Hello and welcome back to 90 Days. This is Kevin. I am on day 25 of 90 days of web development. Yesterday we did a bunch of stuff, covered a lot of things about grid layout. We did started off with a review of CSS Variables, went on to do CSS Grid, what CS Grid is, how you can create flexible grids with the FR unit, so the fractional units. You can create gaps between the tracks in the grid with the grid gap property. So you have like a row gap and the column gap. That's the grid gap being the shorthand for that. How can you repeat track listings in a grid layout? We repeated that with the repeat function, right? We use the repeat with the number of times we want to repeat something, and then you can set a kind of comma separated list of sizings that will repeat. And then what's the difference between implicit and explicit grid? We did that where, explicit grid are just the things that you define, basically the tracks that you assign grids to or grid items to, and then the implicit grid is the ones that just kind of overflow, that are just added, that don't have anything associated with them explicitly, so they just get added to the grid layout based on your auto row or auto column rules. So what is the min max function? We did that. The min max function we used for defining how small an item can get, and then how big that grid item can get. So it's kind of like a bound on the flex items, kind of like a min width and a max width, but it's kind of all bundled together as so that you can use it in the units for the grid sizings, the grid rows and the grid column sizings. How do grid column and grid row properties work? We worked with that. If I remember correctly, you set the sizings there, the like row sizings and the column sizings. So how can you position items on the grid using the grid template area? So we use that in the lab using grid template areas, and then defining a comma or a space. Well, what was it? Space separated list of strings with space separated column names or row names, or it's actually track names, right? I think it's the track names or the area names. And then you define those area names by tethering them to the grid area property of that grid item. So then we built a magazine, then we designed a newspaper layout. I just didn't have much time left. So that was our minimal example was at the bottom. I wonder if I could zoom in here. Can I zoom in here? Oh, we can't really see that part. I need to like push this upwards. That's what I need to do. Depending on like where the cursor is, we need to like scroll it up or something like that. Maybe that's what I need to do. And then what else did we do? Did a lot yesterday. We talked about debugging using the DevTools inspection tool, and we used that actually throughout our workshop and exploration of the grid layout. And so what we have today is a quiz on CSS variables and a review of grid layout. Then we're going to do a certification project called Build a Product Landing Page. So we got quite a day ahead of us. We're starting a little bit early today so that we can get the jump on the day. I don't know why is this full screen? Why did I make that full screen? That shouldn't be full screen. There we go. Just on my own end here. Let's see. Something's happening with this thing here. It's not downloading fast enough. Maybe if I exit out or something. Give it some time. So let's hop on over to our screens here. We'll get the Greek Code Camp site up and look at the quiz on variables. Yesterday, we also did a we have some notes here where the gap property takes two values, row value optional, column value. You can think of it as shorthand for row gap and column gap, such as the gap property. I think that's grid gap, isn't it not? Is it not just grid? Is it grid gap? I thought it was grid gap. I thought it was grid gap. Isn't that what it was? I thought it was grid gap. Space separated value is a column, each string is a row. That's what the grid template areas was. Grid row, grid column. So you have the start line and then the end line, and the start line and end line. Right, grid row. Okay, so you define which track the grid item should be in, and you can set min max for the track size for the for your columns or your rows. There was a lot yesterday, a lot of new stuff. So I'm looking like we're gonna need a little help with that book, but we'll get some practice with that I think next week. The Holy Grail layout was a header, footer, two sidebars, and a main content. We talked about that. So you had I looked at the HTTP header. Contains info about the URL of a page the user may be visiting from, and then we had to use the relation no refer for some reason. I don't even understand why we were doing that. Specifically for this case here. So and then we have the link to the CSS validator from the w3.org. Is it W3C? I think that's what w3.org is. Or is it? Or is that W3 schools? I'm not sure. What is w3.org? Is that W3 schools or is that W3? Oops. In any event, we're going to get started with... Yes, it is the W3C. Okay. Right. That is what... that's what I wanted it to be. So we're going to get started today. We have the... let's get our Pomodoro timer up. And reset the timer. Reset the session will start now, and we'll get the timer up. Toggle the Pomodoro on, and here we go. And get the crumbs out of my my keyboard. So everything is falling apart today. Everything is falling off of my desk. Falling off my desk onto my keyboard. Oh, but here comes Hypatia. Hello, Hypatia. How are we doing today? You afraid about the rain? Rain and the thunder. Lay by me, Bubba girl. Yeah. Okay. CSS variables. So to pass the quiz, we need to answer at least 18 of the 20 questions below. Which of the following is correct way to declare a CSS custom property? Well, we can just define it like that. It's one way. What selector is typically used to define global CSS custom properties? What selector is used? Global CSS custom properties, usually the root. When using var, what is recommended to include in a why is it recommended to include a fallback value? Right, so it guarantees a valid value if the custom property is undefined. Avoids loading external style sheets, prevents browser reflow, ensures the variable will animate correctly. So what is the correct syntax to apply a custom property as a background color? So I can see this actually, so this fallbacks being useful in case you are importing a style sheet that has your properties defined. Then it could be very useful there. I'm not sure. What are other use cases for that? For using the fallbacks? I know we talked about like debugging for putting a certain color, assigning like a certain color to your like error, to indicate an error or something that it didn't show, so then you could like visually look at your layout and see that, like, all right, this property didn't load, maybe it's not defined or something, or maybe I have the scope wrong. Let's see, apply a custom property as a background property. Background, yeah, using the main BG, using var. Which CSS rule allows developers to define custom properties with greater control over their behavior property? And you can then also use that in transitions, which is nice. We looked at that. We did a little transition animation about, going from the daytime to nighttime with our city skyline. That was really neat. What does the inherits field in a property definition control? Inherits field. Where the property can contain functions. Ooh. No, whether the property will retrigger? No, whether the property's value is passed to child elements. Yes. Well, that's interesting. Inherits, the property's value is passed to child elements. Yeah. Yep. And we did, excuse me, we did take a look at that. We did test that. When defining an animated gradient angle using property, which syntax should be used? Angle should be the type given there. What distinguishes a CSS property from a standard CSS property in terms of how it's defined? CSS custom property, standard CSS property. So standard CSS properties are defined using the property rule? No, that's the other way. What? Single dash? Oh, I thought these were custom properties. Custom properties must start with 2 dashes. Yeah. Well, standard CSS properties do not? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Which of these is a benefit of using CSS custom properties? They make JavaScript variables obsolete? No, they don't. Allow styles to be reused and centrally maintained? That's one example. Reduce the need for CSS comments? Oh gosh. They automatically optimize images? What kind of unhinged answer is that? Which CSS property can change dynamically based on media queries using custom properties? Which CSS property can change dynamically based on media queries using custom properties? I think it's any property that accepts a value, is it not? Clearly the only answers are wrong. It's just kind of weird that they would have such a easy layup there. You could just like get there through logic. In the context of CSS variables, what is the role of initial value in an at property rule? Assigns a default value for the property if none is set? No. Defines the maximum value for animation, changes the select, sets the minimum value. Wait. Initial value in a, oh wait, right, it sets a default property. Right, yes, in the at property rule. I was thinking initial value as the value for I don't know. I'm lost. I don't know why I would think that, but it's not in context with what we're talking about here, but don't know why my brain got slipped up there. Consider the following HTML and CSS. What background color will be applied to the card element? Okay, so we have a div with a class of dark theme, and then inside of that div we have another div that's the class of card that has content in between. We're going to have background color applied to the card element. What background color will be applied? So root level, we're assigning white, and then dark theme, which is more specific than the others because we're doing a class selector. Dark theme, we're setting background color to 333. We're using card background, so the card is going to have content of yeah, so it should be the dark theme. It should be 333. In the following CSS, what happens if a user tries to assign an invalid value to padding, for example, a color instead of a length? Color instead of a length here. You know what? I don't think accepts the value but ignores it during layout. No, browser falls back to the initial value. I think it's the initial value. Fall back to the property's initial value. So that's a good question. because will it fall back to the property's initial value, or is it the value that was last defined, that it was last defined as? That's a good question. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, the browser throws a runtime error would be catastrophic if CSS were able to do that. That would probably that's breaking something there that shouldn't break. Accepts the value but ignores the layout. No, valid to a valid length automatically. I don't. Is that what would happen? I don't think so. I don't think so. The purpose of the gradient angle custom property in this example. So we have a custom property. We define gradient angle as syntax. Plus. It's not inheriting, and we have a 0 degree. Okay, so not in. What's the purpose of this? Right. Okay, and then we're setting it for a linear gradient. So we're assigning it to a linear gradient angle, and then on hover we're changing the direction there, and then we also have a transition animation there. So it controls the direction of the gradient. That's true. Sets the color blending wheel size. No. It defines the speed. No. It's the direction of the gradient. Which scenario best shows the advantage of using custom properties for themes? Which scenario best shows the advantage of using custom properties for themes? Custom properties. What best shows the advantage? I don't know. I'm having a hard time focusing on this one. Best shows the advantage of using custom properties for themes, changing values via class. Applying them only on hover? Changing values via class. I don't understand what that means. Restricting them to one class? I don't know, like applying them only on hover. I don't know about that one, but changing values via class? Is that what it is? Why might developers prefer using root for defining CSS variables? Because root displays disable specificity? It allows properties to be globally scoped, that's right. Secondary color. What would the following CSS do if secondary color is undefined? Well, it would fall back to orange. What type of values does color represent in a property syntax field? So hex values, you know, valid color values. What is the main benefit of using custom properties in combination with that property? They allow property animation for sure. They force static layout. They reduce the need for classes. Prevent needing fallback values. I don't know. I mean, I guess that would be the main benefit, right? Prevent needing fallback values. What does var undefined property fallback do when the custom property is not defined? Ignores the CSS rule, probably. Custom properties, well, it'll apply the fallback, of course. Okay, I think I probably got some things wrong here, but we'll go back and check it out. We got one thing wrong. So it is they allow property animation, and then I want to go back to this one. Changing values via class. Best shows the advantage of using custom properties for themes. Changing values via a class of, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, so we'll move on and move ahead. Move forward. Move ahead. Try to detect it. It's not too late to weep it. Weep it good. Should be connected with this one, shouldn't I? Connected. Connected. Don't I have a kept a bot or something here? How do I get that? So we're going to review a grid review. Let me copy this link and I'll do a test from here. A test from there and see where that comes from. Where we come from? That's from KevDub81. That's where I want it to come from. That's where we want it to come from. Okay. Yes. CSS grid review. I'll just do a little copy here and get this all set up, and then we'll probably review afterwards. This is surprisingly not that big of a review. I am surprised. So we'll get past that one. Let's go review grid, CSS grid. We'll move this guy over to quizzes, and we'll do tags. CSS for that. I said whip it. Whip it good. What the hell happened there? Try to detect it. It's not too late to weep it. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, so CSS grid basics here. We got the definition here. CSS grid is a two-dimensional layout system used to create complex layouts in web pages. Grids will have rows and columns with gaps between them. To define a grid layout, you would set the display property to grid. Container display grid. The fractional unit represents a fraction of the space within the grid container. You can use the FR unit to create flexible grids. Creating gaps between tracks. There are 3 ways to create gaps between tracks in CSS grid. You can use the column gap property to create gaps between columns. You can use the row gap property to create gaps between rows, or you can use the gap shorthand property to create gaps between both rows and columns. Grid template columns. This is used to set line names and sizing for the grid track columns there. Container with a display of grid. You set the width to be 100%, and the grid template columns, you have one column with 30 pixels, and then you have another that has 1 FR, which is the remaining space, right? It's whatever the remaining space is. And then what was interesting to me is that you did like the min-max. If you put like a min-max thing there, like 30, min-max 30 pixels for the low, and then 100 pixels for the max. And then you have like a 1 FR for the other one. What's going on there? What is going on there? How do you like define, how do you figure out what the min and the max should be? Is it going to fill up the maximum that it can be? Is it going to take on the maximum? Or is it going to take on the minimum? Which one wins out? I don't like it being called min-max anyway, because it's like there's a min-max theorem and stuff, and like a min-max function in game theory and in computer science, and define like a min-max algorithm that goes down a game tree and like goes calculates using a min max strategy, so selecting the minimum of a set of values, of a set of outcomes from one branch, and then going up one level, because you're you know, it's like a 2-player game thing where one player's goal is to maximize their value, and then the other player's goal is to minimize their value. So a lot of games take on that kind of form. You can run that algorithm on there. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't like it being called min-max. When it's really just like setting a min. It's setting bounds. It should be like range. Should be range. So grid template rows is used to set lines, names, and value sizings for the grid track rows. Grid auto flow determines how auto placed items fit in the grid. Display grid. 100% grid auto flow will be columns, so that makes new columns when you overflow. Grid auto columns is used to set the size for the columns created implicitly. And we'll finish up this review when we come back from our first break. Okay, so grid auto columns. It's going to set the size of the columns created implicitly. And let's see here. Container. Setting the display of grid with the width of 100%. Grid auto columns. Okay. Hey, Peter. This is used to align items, replace items, both block and inline directions. Place items is used for block and inline directions. And then align items. Huh. I didn't know that you used that with the block and inline. So why didn't we ever go over that? Seems rather basic that we should have been able to think about that stuff. Did we ever go over that? Place items. Thinking about changing up some of the display stuff on here. Yeah. I'm going to do like a application type of thing after this. When we come back from the like July break, and then we'll try to make something. I just don't know what. So align items is used to set the alignment for the items in a grid container. The repeat function is used to repeat sections in the track listing, and instead of writing grid template columns 1FR, 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 you can just use the repeat function instead. Saves a lot of saves a lot of typing. It's a little, you know, if you have more than like 3 columns, then this may be a little clearer. Forget like what there's like been studies of like how quickly humans or people, you know, just kids versus adults and everything can identify how many items are on a, you know, in a not a pile, but like spread out on a table or something. Like how many coins are there, and like how quickly you can identify that. And like 3 is easy, 2 is easy, 1 is easy. 4 probably easy. 5 we're getting it's getting like harder and harder to immediately identify how many things there are without expending some more cognitive energy. And it's just fascinating. Like, and some, you know, it varies. Some people are better than others. But reasons for that are, you know, probably nothing. It's probably a mix of nature and nurture, but it's fascinating. So like, that goes to me just the rambling about putting 3 columns like this. That looks fine to me. This looks uglier than this. But 4 items looks uglier than repeat 4. So I think that's the break for me. Maybe it's different for you, but for me, I think more than 3 columns, use repeat. Explicit grid, you can specify the number of lines or tracks using the grid template columns or grid template rows properties. Implicit grid, when items are placed outside the grid, then rows and columns are automatically created for those outside elements. Min-max function, this function is used to set the minimum and maximum sizes for the track. So we went over a lot of that stuff already. Container, display grid, grid template columns, repeat 4, and then grid auto rows. So we're gonna create new rows that alternate between 150 pixels and then auto. Line-based placement. All grids have lines to specify where the item begins on a line. You can use the grid column start and grid row start properties to specify where the item ends on the line. You can use the grid column end and grid row end properties. You can also use the grid column and grid row shorthand properties instead. So an example of using the grid column property to make an element stretch across columns is as follows. This will stretch across all columns, regardless if they, if a new column is created from overflow. You can go from the start, grid column start here with that dash or slash, and then the ending, grid column end being -1. So the counting goes both directions. From left to right, you have positive values increasing in order, and then reverse from right to left, decreasing values from starting with -1. The property is used to provide a name for the items you are going to position on the grid. So let's copy this. So this is the last thing, right? Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I fucked it oopsie. Oopsie, no dipsy, I fucked it upsy. Okay, what's this example? Let's see what they're doing here. There's quite a lot of CSS here for this thing. So this is the header, sidebar, main, content, and footer. It could be 2 sidebars. And then that gets us the... oh, you know what? Let's decrease this. There we go. Sidebar. We could do sidebar A, sidebar B. We could say sidebar right here. This is the Holy Grail thing, right? The Holy Grail. Holy Grail. They didn't even say that that's what this is, but that's what we're doing here. The Holy Grail is here. We can do the sidebar. Sidebar can go to where? Header, sidebar, main, further. Okay, so we can do it like this. Let's do this header. So we can do 2 pictures with a 1 FR. Or we can do a 200 pictures. 200 pictures. Sidebar right. And a footer. There we go, footer. Sidebar is overflowing there, so interesting. Very nice. We don't know what the sidebar is actually, so what we'll do is we'll just do this here. We'll do sidebar right. Where'd it go? It disappeared. Because it's the wrong thing. Sidebar right. It's the wrong thing. Sidebar right. It's because that's why. 100. 100 pixels. 100. There we go. That's the Holy Grail. Should do it like this though, right? Shouldn't we do like... Okay, I want it to be 1 FR there. I want it to be 1 FR here. But you know what? In this middle, let's make it 3. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it 5. How about 7? It doesn't... There's a minimum, I guess. It's a minimum? Because that's why... 8 FR? Why is it so wrong? Because of the gap, maybe? Maybe the gap is there? It's a minimum? Padding 10 pixels. Oh, I see. Header, header, header. Why is this not showing up as working here? Oh, because it has to be on the same line or something. Isn't there like a thing you can use for that? Dash? Can I do it like this? No, I can't. Okay, well that works. So there it is. Debugging CSS. We looked at DevTools allow us to inspect and modify our CSS in real time, and the styles pane shows all the CSS rules applied to the selected element, including the inherited styles. We can toggle individual properties on and off, edit values, and even add new rules directly in the browser. The immediate feedback is incredibly useful for experimenting with different styles without modifying your source code. CSS validators are used to check CSS against the official specifications and report any errors or warnings. A popular validator you can use is the W3C CSS validator, which I have up here on the left here. Debugging responsive designs. The DevTools has an option to allow you to simulate how your site looks on various screen sizes and devices. This can help you identify breakpoint issues or styles that don't scale well across different viewport sizes. All right, so we're going to move on. And we're going to build a landing page here. So we're done with CSS variables. We can actually go and change that module. We can tick that off. We did the review yesterday. We got module grid. We did the review of that today. We only have one more module until the end of this course here. And that's the animations one, which we will do on Monday. Lots of stuff to do on that one. So that might take a while, actually. That could be a 2-day thing, I think. I might need to adjust the scheduling. Might need to adjust the calendar for that one. Here's the chapter on HTML. We also need to do the review on HTML, which we'll do next week. Review on computers, no computer basics. We did that. We should probably do a review of that. Basic parts of the computer. It's so funny. Yeah, they took you from here. This is how computer works. Computer. Smart shape. No, if you start there, good for you. Everyone got to start somewhere. So we're gonna build a landing page. We're gonna move this to. Okay. We'll move this to portfolio. Assets building? No, we'll just move this to portfolio. We're gonna need an assets folder. This is a free code camp certification project. And let's just bring up another certification project. So I could just do this actually. Let's see. Check this out. Data view. See where our certification projects are. List from free code camp certification project. There we go. Build a technical documentation page. That was the most recent one. Let's go open that up just to take a look at it. And we can take a look at this. And we have MVP, smartphone view, desktop view, reference image. So reference image and minimal passing. We have our MVP here, which will be there. Okay, so minimal passing. Which we want for date. You want that one. I want that one. Stop it. We did our review. Build a product landing page. We're gonna get our haircut today. We're gonna look fab on Monday. We're gonna look really nice. We're gonna look really cool. We're gonna be cool as shit. We're not gonna be having this floppy hair here. I have cool hair. All right. Opening up the preview there. We'll just get this all set up. We'll take a look at the example project. And it does scroll down, which is interesting. So what I think I need to do is, let me zoom out. There we go. There's quite a lot going on here with this one. Let's take a screenshot of this page. Can we get the entire thing? Can I get the entire thing? Yes, we can. Si se puede. Si se puede. We can. Just rename this as the Oh, you know what? We should put this in a different thing. Two links. Updated 2 links. Portfolio assets. So I think I might have fucked up. Let's go. Oh wait, no, I think we're good. I think we're still good. What I need to do is to create a new folder in here. We'll call it build a product landing page. Product landing page, and then we'll just move that image over to product landing page. There we go. Okay, we do need to do some clean up here. We need to rename this one as contact form. We could do like MVP for that one. This one we run a rename as feature cards. This one was fun. I like doing this one. That was a cool thing. We used the first letter thing. We used the blur filters and stuff. Confidential letter, we'll say that one. Oh, that was cool. I like that one. That was pretty neat. Pricing plans, we'll say for that one. This was, oh wait, there's two different things there. Or two different things for that one. This was the book inventory. I'll actually call this like MVP, book inventory, pricing plans. Okay, so I need to do something with those ones. This was the MVP for the playing cards. This was the house. It looks so funky. Okay. Was this our MVP of house? MVP house. Roadhouse. This was our minimal. Book inventory. And then this was reference book inventory. Newspaper layout reference. So maybe we should do it as book inventory reference, and then we can do it for the other thing as well. Oh, wait a minute. I clicked on the wrong thing there. There was a class. Where I am. A web page. Newspaper index. Wasn't able to get those other things. So I'll get that later. House styles. That one there. Hi, baby girl. She's rated the thunder. It's okay, Pesha. Yeah, it's alright. You want to hide there? It's okay. She just wants to hide over there. That's all. Okay. So we'll set it to 0. We're going to take a break, and when we'll come back, we're going to get started on this product landing page thing. Okay, so we'll start with doing a minimal thing, but first, let's take a look at what we have, what we have to do. Let me see if there's any other. Okay, so there's a hover thing on that get started. There's text decoration changes here, cursor change. I think that's just given by the browser, so that should be fine. Buttons on hover, we're gonna do a transition to a different color. We have these down here: privacy terms, contact, copyright 2016, original trombone. So we have this interesting. So we should use grid layout here for this, I'm pretty sure. And we should have fixed positioning for the top. So I think what we want to do here. Oh my gosh, what would I do here? Do we want to use grid? So we can use grid for the header, footer. We have main content in here. There's no sidebars, which is interesting. What happens if we... I don't know how responsive it is, so it does flip over from there to here, so there's like a grid thing going on, I think, there. And that item stays there. Okay. So we're going to need a header, a footer, and then the main content, and then there's some things going on inside of that main content block. Huh. How do we want to accomplish this? Let's see what they say for their scaffold here, and then we'll build off of that. Let's do the minimal, just to audit this course to see what you need to do, and then with that, maybe I can help them improve the content. So we need to have a header with an ID of header. So your product landing page should have a header element with a corresponding ID of header. Okay, so there we go. Should have an image within the header. Why can't I use... What's going on? I think I need to restart. Because something's wrong with the way that this is working here. I can't go back and forth. That's weird. I'm gonna close this and then restart it. Something's funky with the browser here. Actually, I want to see something here. I need to... No, they won't let me... Why is that? Why won't they let me... Oh god, this is gonna be awful. Is that because of Free Code Camp? What is happening here? Is there some other feature that I have off? No, it's working here. Oh gosh. No, I don't want to work like that. I don't want to work that way. Why they make it like this? So let me try a different thing. Go over to the CSS. No. No. Oh gosh, I do not like this at all. We can't use control backspace. Am I in like Vim mode or something? Am I in Vim mode? What the heck happened here? How come I can't? Oh, this is gonna suck. It's the like one thing that I do. Oh shoot, LVFC commit. I don't know if I have to do this. Reports true to false, automatic reports. Oh, that's the only change, but then there's firmware base. Be the doc's privacy. I don't think that should break anything. Okay, hang on a second. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay. Not having the best start here. So what we have a header with an ID of header, and I can't. Oh gosh, that's so annoying. Come on, really? You don't save the progress. It sucks. I might just open up the IDE. Might just open up the IDE. I think that's what I'm gonna do. This is so annoying. It's unbelievably annoying, and I don't want to deal with it. So we're gonna open up the IDE. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna open up okay. And then from here, what we'll do is we will build a product landing page, and we'll just start from here. First, we'll touch min index and min styles. CSS, and we'll also touch index. Or we'll first start that. We'll start with that. We'll do coding from here. Opening that up. Okay, so we'll open up min index. And we'll open up in styles. And so we'll close that down. We'll get rid of that. We'll come over to here. We'll copy that down. We'll save that. We're going to start this up in our live server, and we will move everything over to the other screen. Okay, here we go. The product landing page. Got that one. Okay. So, hopefully this stays okay. Min styles. I'm gonna actually... Hang on a second. Switch to a local mirror. Local mirrors are faster. I think I need to restart this because it's not working great. Local mirror. Can I start to a local mirror? Where's a local mirror that's faster? Fremont, Cabal. Fremont's not that far away, I don't think. Open computing facility at UC Berkeley. Let's try that one. Take the cache. Okay. Close that down. Close that down. I think I need to reboot my server over there, and I don't think I'm gonna. I hope nothing nukes over here. It shouldn't. What's going on? Why is it not restarting? Come on. There you go. Okay. Hopefully that works. It might not. Find out in 10 minutes. Might have to change stuff around. So we're doing 4 tabs. I want to change that. I want 2 tabs. 2 spaces. Sort the document. Default editor, HTML. Instead of HTML, what we want is, in this context, we want tab. Tab size to be 2. Just save that, close that down. So it'll automatically fall. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we'll get the directions up over here. Let's go over here, I think. Where do I want the directions? Maybe right here. I think that's good. I think right here is okay. So we'll try to do that here. Okay. So, yes, that's what we'll do. So should have a header with a ID of header, and should have a image inside of the header. Should not be completing header for that one. I guess image, they just like it like that. Okay, whatever. Logo would make a good image here, so maybe we'll import a logo from somewhere else. Within the header element, you should have a nav element with an ID of navbar. See that should have at least 3 clickable elements within the navbar. So there's you can use a unordered list, and you can do list items, and then so inside those list items we can have clickable items. 3 clickable items, each with a class of nav link. So when you click the nav link button in the nav element, you should be taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. Okay, so we'll figure that out in a second. Should be able to, well, let me zoom in on this so that's a little easier to read for me. When you click, okay, so we're on step 6. So you should have an embedded product. video. Okay, so I think that's going to be in our main section. So we're going to have a video with an ID of video. I'll link to something there. Your landing page should have a form element, the landing page. So the landing page should have a form element with an ID of form. Is that what they had? Oh, right, for the email address. For the email address up top. Okay. So the email address up top should have a form element. ID is going to be form. And inside of that, there should be an input field with an ID of email. There's no closing thing for inputs? No, okay. The email input field should have a placeholder text to let users know what the field is for. What did they do? Enter your email address. The email input field should use HTML5 validation to confirm that the entered text is an email address. I think that's done with by setting it a type of email. So if we do that, so if we come over here. So I don't know how we're handling that again. I forgot so much about this stuff. Within the form, there should be a submit input with a corresponding ID of submit. Submit query. So it doesn't like that for some reason. Shouldn't it be a button or something like that? Submit query. Title? Is that what it is? Nope. Oh, okay, those are all other things here. Let's see. So min, max, lang, list, item, ID, form action. Form action should be submit, right? Weird. Weird. Click the submit button. I don't remember how to do this stuff. Email should be submitted to a static page. Use this mock. Nav bar should be always be at the top of the viewport. Gosh dang, I forgot all about this stuff. Like, I literally forgot all of this stuff. Did I have a stroke on Sunday? I don't know. So odd. Like I'm having such a hard time remembering stuff. How did we do that? The input type button, submit, form action, submit. Okay. Oh, gosh, I don't know what. Is it a source or something? Like SRC? Alright, I'm gonna need to bring up the MDM docs to remember all this stuff. Submit input. It's a submit button, an input HTML element with a submit. So input can be a button, submit button. So it is submit, right? It is a submit button. So it's submit. And then so what I want to do is look at this. The value is send request. That's what it is. Okay. So that is an ID of that, of submit. So it's a submit thing. What should we have it say? Get started with a capital. Get started. Okay. Omitting the value as an attribute, we'll say submit. So it's likely to be something along the lines of submit or submit query. Ours is submit query. Okay, so we're getting started on this. We'll come back and get a minimal thing going when we come back. Okay, let's see what we need to do here. Bing, 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 bing. Bong doodle doo. The bong doogler. That bar should always be at the top. We want to submit a value, so we want it to send to somewhere, but I don't know how to do that. How do we send it to there again? Form data, form action is post or something like that. So the form action is post. Oh, it's just action. So we can set action to go to there then. Wonder if that actually works. Please enter an email address. Wonder if that actually sent to their website. That'd be fucking funny as shit. Oh my god. Use this mock URL. Well, hopefully, I'm curious. Okay. Oh, that's funny. Okay, come back over here. Navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. That's going to be done with styling, and then should have one media query. So we're going to import our style here. Actually, can I do a link? CSS. There we go. So we have min styles. There. And we'll come back over to here. And then so what we'll do is we'll do navbar always being on top. Oh gosh. Okay, so how are we doing this? Let's put this like side by side so that we can see both of these things at the same time. We should have something in here. Right? Item 1. Section 2, section 3, something like that. And then the nav bar, which I think we could select with the nav bar. And so this should always be on top. And so this position should be fixed. Oh no. Wait, what's going on here? Position should be fixed. That takes it out of the flow, doesn't it? Should be sticky, so it's relative at first. And then top left is 0. And so when you scroll past it, but we're not going to be able to do that. Not going to be able to do that for this right now. We got to add some content there. I'm not sure if that's going to work. I think that might work. Position sticky there, and then I think what we want is to do a display of like a... Well, let's just see if that works, if this satisfies the autograder. We want it to look as jank as possible while satisfying the autograder. Should always be at the top of the viewport. Navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. Your product landing page should have at least one media query. So we're going to do a media query screen and do a min width at 768 pixels. So we're going to go from... oh, hang on a second. Mobile design first here. One media query, and then we don't have to really do anything except for maybe like main background color black or something like that. There we go. And then there we go. So it does change. So it changes. I think they probably want something defined in there. And your product landing page should utilize Flexbox at least once. And that's what we'll do in here. Yeah. So actually, not in there. Let's do it with the list items. There we go. That should work. I think that might pass. I think this might pass the test. So let's bring this over here for a second. Bring it over here. I think this might pass. Oh, ID of header image. So we need the image to have an ID of header image. They might say that it's not defined. Okay, so there should be a source value, so we need to have a source value. So let's find a source image. I know that they have something on here. Let's go to here. That's like original trombones. We can copy the image link, I guess. Product landing page logo. Okay, we can do that. Original trombones. We're gonna change that for our thing. But navlink should have an href, so we need to have hrefs here. Href is going to be, so we're going to point to what were the other things? So section 1 and then do like section 2. So let's just do it like this. Corresponding element on the landing page has a href with a value of another element's ID. Value of another element's ID. So we don't have any elements here, so we could maybe change it to form ID. We could change it to video. Email. To the email ID. Video should have a source attribute. We'll get one for this, so we'll just actually take from here. How do we get this one? No. Okay, so we'll just take a video. See what's on the YouTubes right here. Let's take a YouTubes video. YouTubes. Oh, we'll go down the right wing echo chamber here.
Oh my God! What you do? You're huge. Shut up. Be careful. You might frighten lawyers or set standing.
All right, so we have a video here. I wonder if we can take this one. We'll copy a short. See how shorts work in here, and we'll see. Was this a source for that? Does that actually work? Is it source or is it href? What did they save? What did they say for it? Should have an src attribute. Video ID. src. I don't see where the video is though. Do we have to do with or anything like that? Action attribute should be email submit. Is that not what I have? HTTPS, the form should have it. So the form has the action. The form has the action. The form has the action. Okay. Should have a name attribute of email. Okay, should have a name attribute of email. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. Name attribute of email. And then is that like it's not type? Navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. Should always be at the top of the viewport. How does that work? It's relative, and then there's stuff there. I don't understand what would the problem be. Can I just get some lorem ipsum text here? Funky. Form video. Another section here. Oh, I think because it's in there, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. We get more lorem. Random lorem. Like that. I like getting the random lorem stuff. So it doesn't stay to the top. How did we do it with the position of sticky? So sticky positioning is what we were looking like. How to layout. Sticky activation. Sticky. Position sticky. Sticky footers. Sticky top 20. Position. So does the sticky should work. I just don't understand. It should always be at the top. So I mean, if it's fixed that way, okay. Navbar sticky. Navbar sticky. Who set sticky? It's not scrolling though, so why doesn't it work that way? Do you have to specify where it is? So if we do fixed, it will stay up there. For sure, but then that moves stuff out of the document flow, which kind of sucks. And I don't want that, and that's not exactly what we're doing there. So the nav bar, did they say nav bar? Or did they say I mean the header image should always be at the top, right? Why does the nav bar not stick to the top? It can lead to jank. Sluggishness in a user interface usually caused by executing long tasks on the main thread. Jank. Okay. So how do we actually use the sticky positioning? So are we sure it's the nav bar and not the header? I think they're talking about the header. I think they're talking about the header here. I think they're talking overall about the header. Header should be sticky. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, see, the header is sticky. It's always at the top. Header sticky makes that work. I don't know why it doesn't work for the other stuff. Let's see. I think they meant this. Nav bar should always be at the top of the viewport. Nav bar should always be at the top of the viewport. I think the only way that I can really do that is, or one of the ways that I can do that. So we can use flex for this header as well. And then I think that might work. And so then we can just we can get rid of that stuff. I think that would be minimal then. Nav bar should always be at the top of the viewport. I mean, it is. I don't understand this. It is. It is always at the top of the viewport. So do they mean nav bar should include the header? So I'm pretty sure they didn't specify it like that. Let's see. Landing page, just close these down. What? I can't close that. I want all of this. So header element, you should have a nav element corresponding nav bar. Nav link. Within the header element, you should have a nav bar. Product landing, you should have an image within the header element. So they don't say exactly where it needs to be, whether or not it can be nested inside of this other stuff. All right, we're gonna have to take a break and figure this out. Okay, so why I always have trouble with these sticky things. I don't understand it. So how does it work here? Then offset relative. So the offset does not affect the other thing. I think that what we needed was like to do something for the. So the position for this should be relative, right? And then I don't think we need to do flex for that. Maybe we do. Maybe we'll do flex in the row direction for that. And then we'll do nav bar. So we'll do this here, relative setup there. And then the nav bar will do position of sticky. I think that's what we needed to have, right? It needed to have a position of... No. 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 Apparently that doesn't work. And apparently that doesn't work. Let's do this background color of something else. Why doesn't that work? Why won't that work? Nav bar should always be at the top of the viewport. The top of the viewport. Don't get it because I don't think if I set it as fixed, that's not gonna work, right? Fixed there. Does that work? Maybe it does. Maybe it works and it's just jank. Should be at the top of the viewport. What do you mean it should be at the top of the viewport? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean it should be at the top of the viewport? What are you fucking talking about? Do I need to do a reset or something? They're not provided? Okay. Is it because of that? Does it have to be? No, that's not it. It's not it. Position is positioned? I don't think that works. Is that what it is? What does positioned mean? I don't think you can. I don't think that matters. I don't think that's what happens. Positioned? No. I think you have to set like relative, or you have to set absolute or something. Okay. I don't get it, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So fixed is going to take it out of its normal stuff here. So I don't understand what the problem is. Oops. And then if I go back, it's probably not going to be there. Okay. Well, yeah, it did save it, so hopefully it's okay. That's why we do this on a different thing. That's why we do this on a different IDE, because this thing could be fucked up. Why does this not, why does it not work? I don't understand this. Why? Positioned at the top. It should be positioned at the top. So are we not like positioning this at the top? So weird. Zero, whether it's 0 or 0 pixels, it shouldn't matter. I mean, that's 0 0 no matter what it is. Fuck. Can I do it like that? No, the nav part must be always at the top. Or do I have to define the height of the thing? Class elements, they had to be combined. Oh, theirs was that they had two. Nav bar should always be at the top. Where's that? Just try to find in this page, I guess. Right, that's the thing, right? Okay. Oh. How do you make the nav bar be at the top? I mean, that should work. I don't understand why it wouldn't. Does it need to be inside of a div? I can't imagine that it would need to be. Why would it need to be? We have a header. So the header element contains both of those? Why would it contain both of those? What are they saying for that? Within the header element, you should have a nav bar. That's not what they're saying here. Where did you read that the header element should have both those IDs? Can only have one ID. What the fuck are you talking about? What? What is this? You're... Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, that's not what's happening here, buddy. It's not what's happening here. There's something else going on here. There's something else going on here, and it's not whatever this crap is. We're not even up to the media query shit. Display is flex, so navbar fixed. I mean, so it should have a header element with a corresponding ID of header. We have that. We have an image within the header element with a corresponding ID is equal to header image. A logo would make a good image there. And then so within the header element, you should have a nav element with a corresponding ID. We got that. Corresponding ID of navbar. Do we not have that? And then 3 clickable elements inside the nav element, which are it's of a list here. I wonder if we got rid of the list, if it would pass. Just get rid of this shit. Let's see if this works. Let's get rid of the list element stuff. Really hate that I have this thing here. Nav bar should be at the top. What do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean by this? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you should be at the top? It is at the top. The fuck are you talking about? It's at the fucking top. Enough of this. It's at the top. It's at the top. Are you kidding me? Like, am I supposed to have this as like, let me see. Do a reset of like all the margins and shit? And then the befores and afters? Is that all the margins are 0 and all the padding is 0 too? Is that what you want? Is that what you want from me? So that it's like literally at the very, very top of the... That is what they want. That is... Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. Because that should be there. Never mind. I was copying the wrong thing. There we go. And it should say navbar should be the top. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, what the hell? What is this supposed to be? Test is looking for the element ID header or one of its direct children with no intermediate descendants. Header or one of its children. What are you talking about? There's nothing that says anything about header. The navbar should be at the top. Directly next to the header? So what you're saying is navbar is not inside of the header? I don't know if that's right, man. I don't know if that's right. We'll do this like this. So we'll have that down there. And then that at the bottom there, maybe? I don't think that's right, dude. I don't think it's right. No, it's not. In fact, it's not. What are you talking about? Nav element directly next to it? So in other words, you want it to be like directly next to. What are you talking about? What are you talking about next to? Next to the header element like that? But it's supposed to be inside of the... Yeah, it should be a descendant of the header. I don't understand what the heck you're talking about there. It's what the problem is here. Is it's the blind leading the blind, and you're not allowed to get any help from here because... Oh, that would be cheating! That would be cheating if you, you know, looked something up. The fuck, man? Display inline, display this style type none. Position fixed top 0. Where's my position? Navbar position fixed, and then like it doesn't matter what else you do? Is that what you're saying? It doesn't matter what else you do? That doesn't work. It does not work, buddy. It does not work. Does not work. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. That doesn't work. Yeah, we know what the positions are. Toggles between relative and fixed based on the thing. Yeah, that's what we should be able to do that. Elements positioned relative to the top is 0. Should always be at the top of the thing. Why is it not? I'm gonna throw this out the fucking window. This is maddening. It's maddening. What are we missing from the... What are we missing? So maybe we don't have to do this as... Maybe we can just do this as links. Do this here. So we don't have to do anything else there. Position fix, display flex. And we should be able to do it as relative, right? It should be relative. I'm gonna stay to 0. I'm just gonna always stay there. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Oh no, is that what you want? What do you want? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. The fuck? The fuck? Should always be at the top. I tried fixing the code. It doesn't fucking work. Like, it doesn't work for anybody. All right, we're taking a break, and I guess the only thing we're gonna do is figure out how to solve this thing. We're not gonna be able to do anything else other than just try to fucking do this, because free code camp fucking blows. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. I'm not very smart. The problem was that I was linking the wrong style sheet. I was linking to a style sheet that does not exist. This is called styles.css. I was linking to min styles. It was that dumb. It was that dumb. And so this is what this is that. This is that. Our code passed. The very basic thing works. It's jank as hell. It looks goofy as hell, but it works and it passes the test. So there we go. Support free code camp. They don't suck, actually. I suck. I'm bad at this. So let's see. We'll do animations on the next day, which is going to be Monday. And then Tuesday we have the CSS review or the HTML review. We'll do HTML review on Monday with a review of animations and a quiz on grid. So that's what we do on Monday. Okay, now we have the minimum stuff set up here. Okay, so we have all this stuff. Minimum passing code. I can actually just delete this whole section. So we can delete all the way down to the other section. We can delete this section. We can then style this in a different way. I don't know why that video is not showing. How do we show a video again? I kind of like that it's not showing because look at this. This is jank as hell. Okay, let's do 0. Set it to 0. We'll take a screenshot of this thing. We'll copy that. Come over here. And we'll say minimal passing. This is for we'll say desktop, min passing desktop. I'll just say min desktop, I think. Call that min desktop. And then what we'll do is we'll move this to build a product landing page. Build a product landing page. And then so there we are, because we have multiple references to reference image. There we go. Here's our minimal passing. Min index, min files, product landing page, and that. There we go. Okay. And we'll do min desktop here. And then we'll do another one here, where it's zoomed in just a little bit. We'll take a screenshot of that. It's so funny, actually. I just like it. I don't know. It's fun. I'm gonna move this to build a product landing page. We have to rename this to min smartphone. We'll say minimal smartphone. Oh, that's what it looks like. It looks jank, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna make it look good. Make it look good. Make it look good. Do I have any products? Do I have a product? Let's see. Let's do products. Let's make a product page. I'm going to copy this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, we're going to close these down actually. I'll take a look in here. We're going to copy min index just to index. And then I'm going to copy min styles to styles.css. And okay, and we'll open that up. Let's close that one. We'll find styles and index. And then we'll come over to here, and what we'll do is we'll change the... I don't know why there's a question mark at the end of that. Go to the index. It's the same thing. And we'll change the styles to that. We'll do this. Okay. Now, that's a thing there, a product thing there. I want to link to something from my YouTube, I think, right? We want to link to something from our YouTube. We want to add content. And I also need to do a little edit here. The previous day. Wow, that was 7 hours and 45 minutes. Content. There's no removal requests. Likeness. Oh my gosh, that's amazingly bad. Two languages. What languages are we in? Okay. I get a shareable link here for this. I'm gonna put this here. You know what? Let's do today's shareable link here. This is what we're doing. We'll do that. And then so how does this work? How does this work? If we want to put a source for the header image. So I'll bring that over. Maybe like I'll put my banner or something. I know that I want to trim up the video first. So we want to also see where the video, I think there's like a way, so it's not showing type video webm controls. So we can have controls. Interesting. Okay, wait a minute. So inside the video, you do a source inside there, and that's how you do that? That's how you do that? That's how you do it? And then controls? No video with supported format and MIME type. Okay, that's interesting. schedule. Okay. Let me see here because we have something here I gotta work on here. There we go. Hello. 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 La 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 la. Okay, so we want to come back over here. Zoom in on this. Zoom in on that. Do this here. Oh, you know what? The US team is playing right now. I kind of want to watch that. Kind of want to watch. But we're stuck here. We are stuck here. We are stuck. We are stuck here. A new cut in here. It's crazy that it's that big. Let's see. Okay, gotta cut out the lunch from yesterday. Let's see. Okay, this one here. Yum. Ba-ba-dum bum bum biddle-doo biddle-doo boo doodle-doo 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 doodle-doo. Okay. Okie dokie. Sure. Let's see. Where are we? Where are we here? Okay, so we've got that video element there. SRC. Include a path to the media we want to display. So you have to put the source inside of there. I'm surprised that the video thing worked there. So type that's weird, isn't it? What? Why does that not work? Cannot find with the MIME type. So I guess we can do type equals video MP4, I guess? Can't find with the MIME type. Okay. Oh, because it's on the wrong thing. Hold on a second. Controls width. Well, we can control the width of that, can't we? We can control the width of that. It's not found. Well, WebM? No video with supported format and MIME type. Interestingly. Let's try this here. Let's see if this works. So we should be able to embed a live here. No video with supported format and MIME type. No video with supported format and MIME type found. What does that mean? How to fix it? Adobe Flash. Clear cache and cookies? Install Media Pack. What do you need Media Pack for? Reinstall Firefox? Use another browser. Okay, maybe it's outdated video codecs. WebM or OGG. So if I go to here in Firefox, will this work? No, it doesn't. It doesn't work in there. No, Chrome. I'm trying Chrome. Trying Chrome. Works in Chrome, just not in the other thing. Wait, does it work in Chrome? Can't tell. Does it work in Chrome? Doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't not work in Chrome. Okay. You know what we can do? We can do this. Because we can do multiple stuff here. We can have it here. We can do this one at the top and this one at the bottom. We can zoom out to there. Why does that not work? How come the controls are off? Install Adobe Flash Player. What are you talking about? For 2024? In 2024? What? You're out of your mind. Install Flash. Get the fuck out of here. Eliminate all cache and cookies. Well, I don't think that's what's going on here. Update your browser or install a media pack. Some versions of the operating system are missing crucial media codecs. That might be it, actually. Turn off add-ons. Switch to another browser. I tried that. Convert the incompatible one. We need to do it like this then. It's still not working there. It might, maybe it's because of the, maybe it doesn't work for lives. Oh, it's still not working. That's so weird, man. It's weird. Maybe it doesn't work out for lives at all. Really? That would be something. It doesn't work for lives at all. Nope, it's not because of that. Not because of that. Okay. Not because of that. Use a reliable player, an HTML5 player. I don't think it's that. This is on server level, so I don't think it's anything to do with that. Shared assets, video MP4. Is it because it's not hosted here? It's hosted somewhere else? What did we do? We did something different. Here when we did. So odd. Why can't we get the video to show up? Don't understand, man. Don't understand. Is it because I think what's actually happening is that you can't do this because you need an iframe for an embedded. Okay, so let's see if this works then. No? What's going on? Did I not? Oh, wait, did I not do it for this one? Wait, I think I need to do it for this one as well. Let me clear, actually. Embedding. You should have embedding on. I don't understand how embedding gets turned off. It's so odd. I like how that view counted. It was just me. There it is. Okay, so now it works. For some reason it works down here in Chrome because you are actually on YouTube there when you're in Chrome. That's stupid. That's dumbest stuff. Dumb stuff. Dumb stuff. Okay. So the video's been updated. So what I want to do then is to do this for everything. We're going to change the embedding so that it's on for everything. I don't understand why. Maybe that's a problem. The problem why people don't do this. Okay, so I have another problem with this one now. Oceans of Love again. More Oceans of Love stuff. Let's take action. Trim out the segment. Can I just do that? Let's see what part of the video it is. It's in 2 different places. So, let's see here. Every day I worry all day. What's waiting in the bushes for us? Something's waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us. Every day I worry all day. And I was waiting in the bushes of love. Someone's waiting in the bushes. Need to apply all of that to this as well. Embedding should be able to happen there. Okay, that might take a while actually. Okay, so embedding works. And so there's our video there. We can style this now. Okay, so we have a video there. What we're gonna do is grab a image from our folders on branding, maybe branding stuff there. Let's do this. Let's do KW. Maybe my banner. Maybe I could use my banner here. How do we do that? That sounds good. I know we can like crop the image too, I think, but I think what I'm going to do. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just do a crop or something. Yeah, I think what I'll do. Shoot, that is very stuck in the center there. I wonder if I can like open that up. Do I have an Inkscape? It's probably in. Okay, so it's probably. Is it in projects? No, it's in program specific in Inkscape. Banner. Kept up data? Is that what it was? No, it can't be that one. Not the thumbnail stuff. not thumbnail things. It's shoot. Where do I have it saved? There it is. Okay. What I'll do, we're gonna export a thing. What I'll do. So here's what we'll do. Title. We'll do the title. Work with the title here. We have two things, kevdub and code. So what we'll do, let's isolate this thing here so that we don't see anything else except for what we want to see. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so what do I want the color to be of that? Maybe we'll do the same color as this. So the color, fill in the stroke here. Let me turn off the stroke. Or turn on the stroke and we'll do 004. Where's the fill? Oh. So we need two different things. I think we'll do two different things. What we'll do is we'll do 004589, which will give good contrast. That'll give good contrast. And then the title. Yeah, I think we also want this, but I think what we want for this is the other color. So let's do this. So we'll set the fill and the stroke for that as the same. Actually, let's not do a stroke for that. Let's take the stroke off there. There we go. Okay. And I think that looks pretty good. What I'd actually like to do is I think increase the size of the codes. So the text size, it says 128. I think what we'd like to do is make it a little bit bigger. There. And that looks pretty good, actually. Yeah. Actually, kind of like that. So I'm going to export this. Selection, and that will be our projects here. Let's see, so portfolio. Yeah, I guess we'll put it in the same. What's that sound? Jesus, that's awful. This is gonna be logo is what we'll call this. Save it there. And then what we'll do is we will import the image. So from here, we'll have The logo. There we go. Okay, that's funny. Okay, so that's our logo there. And let's increase here. Let's forward here. That's our logo. And so what we'll also do is we'll have a background for our page. For the HTML, we'll just call that the background color of... we should define our colors again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually open up the... open up from our technical documentation here, our styles. And we'll just copy this stuff with the root. This will be our base here. Background color will be the light color. There we go. Okay, we'll have this as a sticky. And I don't quite understand why it would not like flow with that. I think probably because we don't want the nav bar to be sticky. We want the entire thing to be sticky. We want this to be flex. We want justify the content as space evenly, basically. That's interesting that it doesn't have a full width available to it. A header there. I could do my header image, right? My header image. That's what we could do. Justify content as space between. There we go. That's pretty nice. And then space evenly for that. I think what we actually want is space around. Okay, but that's too much space. Too much space around. But I guess it's fine. I think the height we should set for 3 rem, maybe more than that. We like to do that. I'd like to do that reset here. So we'll do the font size of 0.625%. Wrong way. 62.5%. And then we can do 30 pixels with that, or 15 rem, maybe smaller. 10 rem? 10 rem's good? I think 10 rem's good. We're at 0 with this, right? Do 10 rem. We'll do 10 rem there. A section. There. So the background color for the main is different. So we want the we want something else to change. When we do that, but what we'll do is we'll do a grid layout. So in our body, we have main, we have header. So body, we can do this. We can do body display as a grid. And what we'll do is we're going to have 3 rows, right? 3 columns. Grid columns? What is it? Grid template columns. And I think what we were doing, grid template areas, I think is what I want. And we want this to go like header, header, header. Header, header, header. Sidebar left. Content. Sidebar right. And then we'll do a footer. We'll have that footer on there as well, I think. And that's how we should do this. So we have a header main, and then we need a footer. And then we need to have sidebar stuff. So aside, is that what it is? Are they asides? An aside and aside. We'll call this ID sidebar left, ID sidebar right, and main is going to be an ID of content, and this is going to have an ID of footer. Just to make sure that we get the right stuff here. So header, gonna have display flex. The grid area is gonna be header. I have that. The main, so inside of there, and then the nav stuff there. So we want to just put a note here. Header section, main content area can be here. So we'll do this called content, and we'll have this with a display or a grid area of content. Oops. Wait, do we have to, we don't have to put that in, right? We don't have to do it like that. I don't think. Content, main area, we're gonna have there, and then we're gonna have side bars here. So, sidebar left is going to have a grid area of sidebar left. Sidebar right. Okay. And then we can style a content the way that we want it. Excuse me. Okay, so the nav bar there is on flex. The header's there. We want the display to be flex for the header. And then we want positioning to be sticky. And we want top to be 0, I think. What we want. Okay. You can watch along. Look at us. We're right there. That's us. That's us right there. We're live. We're watching ourselves. Isn't that fun? Isn't that funnish? Funnish. Funnish. Very fun. Very, very fun. We can do this, in the main content, we can go... Form ID. So, how did they do it? So they have something in the center here. They have this like form there. We also have like a H1 element here as well. Change the other stuff as well. You do these like card things down at the bottom there. That's still part of the main content, I think. With our footer, what we want with the footer, I think we want navigation on the bottom as well. So we want a nav bar on the bottom. Then this is going to be called nav footer. The way we want down there is we want to have links to privacy terms, contact form, maybe. Could do it to there. And then at the bottom there, we'll have it was there. So we'll also call this nav link. Didn't we have these things called, didn't we give them a class of nav link? Give them a class of nav link and we didn't do anything else with it. Interestingly. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Here we go. We got something to do here. Let's see this here. Let's see this here. Okay, so what should I add here next? Got these nav link things. I'm just gonna copy and paste over here. Oh wait, I know I can do Control Alt I. Control Shift I? No. Shift Alt I? Shift Alt Shift I. Okay. Alt Shift I, more smarter. Privacy terms and contact. There we go. They don't go anywhere. They're just not. They're not clickable. They're not clickable links. We're just gonna have them default back to there. So all nav links. I think all links. What we can do is this header styling. So all link styling I can add down here. So nav link stuff, we can say like we just don't want to have any text decoration. And then okay, and then that's that. For the body, in my header, I think, yeah, what do we want here? What do we want here? There's so much to do here. Okay. There's also like a paragraph element that we can add here. It'd be like copyright 2026 original trombones. Cab dub. Cab dub. Or we can just get another one. There we go. We got that copyright. We got that right to copy. Copy that. Copy that. And so the footer, we can style the footer a little bit differently. What we'll do, I think rather than doing background color here, background color for the body or for the, I guess for the body, right? For the body? Background for the body, but then, well, that's so weird though, because we don't want it to be, we don't want it to be the whole thing. We want it to just be like the inside part. So I think what we want is, rather than the body, we want body and all direct siblings. Oh gosh. All's that look like trash? All's that there look like trash? Because of the footer? Why's that there look like trash? There it goes. Now it's better. And what we want to do here is, that's so funny. Okay, so the, yeah. So I think maybe what we want to do is maybe a grid for the footer, or do we want to do some other kind of layout for the footer? We could do a flex layout. I don't love flex layout. I think inline block is fine. I think we just want the links to be in their own thing. So we'll do footer links. Oh, we have a nav footer. That's right. We have a nav footer. And then I can take that out of the footer. There we go. So we have the nav and the thing. So we can do flex display. Flex end is where we can put that. I think what we could do. Oops, that's footer. I guess if we did it like that, it doesn't work. Yeah. What can we do here? Nav footer, privacy terms, contact, privacy terms, contact. So why is the nav ID like that? Nav footer. Inline block. Block doesn't work. How about flex? If we did flex. That's weird. That is weird. Why is that pushed outside? That's pushed outside. It's a grid. Why is it outside the grid? Why is that thing outside the grid? What's the paragraph outside the grid? Isn't that weird? When we add this, it goes outside. Flex. Oh, that's why. I see. I see. Wait a minute. Let me change this. Text decoration none. Footer. Flex end. Column, that'll work, right? And then the align content with the flex end, and we can add a little bit of padding right. Terms there, and so we could do a nav footer there, flex in the row, and then say justify content space between, but that doesn't work. Nav footer elements. We could do nav links or something. Footer links, nav footer, display flex, justify space between. So we don't want 100% of the thing. The width we want is 50%. Oh no, that's not what we want. Okay, so the footer is 100%. Nav footer. Oh. So 1FR, 2FR, 3FR. The footer, I think what we want footer, footer, footer. But the problem is, I don't think we want the footer on that other side. We could set the footer to just be in that other corner there, right? Can I put X with a footer at the end there? I can't, because there's nothing taking that other thing. Huh. The thing we could do, we could put the nav here. It's just that it's in the header, so we can't really do that. So we have to control the header differently. Okay, so sidebar there, and then footer there. What can I do here? Kind of running out of time to do this, but yeah, I'm just, oh gosh. What do I want to have happen here? We want like a smallish logo up there. In the upper left is what we want. So we have our image and then we have our nav. There's like something in between. So I think that what we want with this is like for the header, pretty sure we want space between, and then we just want to add a little bit of padding, like 1 rem of padding, maybe around, maybe 2 rem around there. Now, nav bar, I think we can change the font size for the nav bar to be 2 rem or 2M, 2 times the current. So two M, 2 rem, 2 rem for padding. And when you zoom in, it's going to be bigger, isn't it? Okay, it's weird. Height. 10M for the header image. The header image has a height of 10M. I think we want it smaller. I think we'll do 5M. So we'll do it like that. Keep the codes up in there. Section 1, Section 2, Section 3. So we want space evenly on the nav bar. We want a gap here as well, right? One M. What, 2M? Maybe something larger? Section 1, Section 2, Section 3. Our header image. So our header. Main content is going to have H1 elements that have. So we're going to do H2. Or H1 elements. H1 elements should have a font family of MeWave. So I don't actually love that. I think we should have it as caveat. Maybe a brush, I guess. There we go. Yeah. For the nav bar, I think we should have a font family of caveat, but we don't have caveat here. What we need to do is import it. Maybe we could do caveat brush. Very gruesa. So this is really strange because I want my main content to have more there, right? So we have header, 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 sidebar left, content, sidebar right, footer, footer, footer. Frank footer, footer, footer. So what is happening here? Which is like something's very strange here to me. Let's explore this, because the grid layout, if I look at the body, okay, so we have the center here. That has a lot there. Okay, and then so we span the other stuff here. So we're just not centered in there, that's why. Okay, so we want to center that stuff in the middle there. So in the main content, what do we want to do? Grid areas content, the Oh. Okay, but that doesn't mean... Weird. Okay. So... Doesn't work. Place items doesn't really work, huh? Place content. So inside of the main, we have the H1, we have the form, and then we have the iframe source. So text align will center it. Will center everything. That's interesting. So another way to do this is to use flex in the center column, and then do so the flex direction is going to be in column, and then justify the content along the main axis is going to be centered, and then, or it's actually align items. There. Okay. Okay. So that kind of works. That kind of works. All right. Now what do I want to do? We want some... We want that the form to be on its own. So what's the name of the form? The ID is form. And we want this to be a display of... I mean, if we name this as grid, then it just automatically does top and bottom there. We could just do it like that, and then there's a little subgrid there. We can do grid gap. I think the property is obsolete shorthand property. Just use grid row gap. Wait a minute. So it's replaced by the gap property. Okay, so it's the same thing. And so it's the row gap, and then row gap, and then column gap. So row gap, we could do there we go. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Back a little early. Estados Unidos. Up dos. Cero? I don't know how to say nil. I say nil in Spanish. Nada? Dos y nada. Dos a nada? 2 to nothing? So we can do grid. We can do gap here. Okay. And that'll adjust. And that's just kind of flowing out of the container there. It's weird. So it's escaping the container. So there's something that we need to do when we get smaller to make a probably when we get to breakpoint. So we can test breakpoints later. Okay. I think what I want to do is to add more content here before we go. Oh, we've got one more. Thought that this was the last. What do you call it? The last pomodoro, but we got one more after this. Okay. We got that info form for getting started. Send your email. Send your stuff. Send your email, man. Send the email. To YouTube. So this is like video. So we'll say like something like, we'll do this as ID of video, I think. Okay. We want to have some padding in these elements here. Some spacing. So I could style the video. I want the video to be like half of the size. So inside of my main content, do my video, and I can do my width to be like 50%. How do we set the iframe to like, oh gosh, how do we do that? We can do that. We can set the aspect ratio, right? And we can do 16 by 9. Then I think that's what we want. So it's half the size. I think what we want is to have it a little bit bigger. 75% maybe. So it's 75% of the container actually. So yeah. I think 75% of the container is good. Because if we're looking at developer tools, we're looking at the grid in the center here. 75% of the width. It's pretty good. I kept up codes there. We got sidebars and stuff. Sidebar there, sidebar here. Sidebar man. There, and there. There. There, bear. We need to space that out. I don't know how I'm going to do that. So we need to like set the width to be a little bit different for that. Not sure. So the form has a little grid there as well. Also increase the size of that. I think we could do that. Let's increase the size of the input. So the form width could also be maybe 50% of the container. Maybe that's a little too big. We know that the form input, I think. Oh. Plus 50% of the container that it's in, so we need to set the form be a 100% with the form email, and then the submit button to be with the 25%. And we also want to center these things though. So center. Well, that's odd. Why does it shrink if it goes to the center? Display grid. Template columns for 1FR. 1FR, 1FR. Well, wait a minute, grid. In grid, the main axis is a column. Isn't it? Isn't it along? I guess it is. It is the same. Weird. So template columns. Grid auto rows. Why does that not work? Can't do the same stuff there. There's 50%. So why? Okay. So weird. Okay. So we can do it like that. Enter your email address. We can do it as like 35% maybe. this differently. Do this differently. We could do this as mid-light, and then up there like that. No border. Want to do a little bit of padding around. Although I think we want more padding on the left and the right than the others. So we'll do padding. You do this like 1% or something like that. No, because it doesn't really work that well. Let's do 0.5 M and then 2 M. 1 M? Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, well, how do I give all of my elements a little bit of space with the header? Since we have a flex, or with the main content, we have a display of flex down the column. So we can align items in the center. I think what we want is to space between. So wait. We want to center them there, but we also want to give some spacing here. Space between. So we want to give some gap, a little gap there with that layout. I don't want to go too finely down in, drilling down into it there. So our H1 element, we want to increase the font size. M is 20 pixels. 3M, I guess, because it's already set to 2M. Can you do percentages like 200%? No? 300%? I guess that doesn't work. 3M is the same, right? I guess. 4M, content made by Kevin Withers. So let's do 3M, I think. It's got form, value, get started. I think what we want with our form or get started thing, we want a sans serif thing. So let's go with, where's our button? Submit button. So we should do form submit. I think we can do it like this, actually. That does target it. No, it doesn't. Interesting. It's got form and it's got the ID form and it's got yeah, so nothing will have that. Okay, so yeah, I think what we'd like to do is give this a Varia. Varia sans libre. And we'd like to give a little bit of letter spacing here. Just a pixel or two. Really just want to give a little bit of room there. Just a pixel or two. 1 pixel's fine. So over here, let's see. 0. Yep, we are zeroed out. There we go. Yeah, I don't know how it reacts there. So we got that. We can do get started. Codecamp.org. Email submit. Total points 1. Longest streak. That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, tooltip. Oh, we have the developer tools on. 1 point. All right, let's go back. Here we are. Come watch ourselves. So I think what we'd like to do is have the rest of the main content have a font family of Varia sans Libra. I think what we'd actually want is to cut this from here. And what we'll do is we'll do a reset up here. And we'll do for all elements, we want a font family of Varia with a fallback to sans serif. Here we go. So that works, except for the fact that we needed to be a little bit more specific when we're targeting other elements then. So the navigation. Navigation elements. Where do we have that? Form submit. So form submit, get rid of there, but then the nav links is what we're looking at. I think that's what we want to change. So for the nav bar, font family is caveat brush, but because the, yeah, well, that's interesting. It should should override. That should override everything. Everything that's in the body should do that. So I'm thinking actually anything in the main, maybe? Anything in the main? No, it's not just main. Main like footer, maybe? Main and footer. So the nav bar. H1 elements. Strange thing now. Okay, so the nav bars. Yeah, okay. I don't understand this though. I don't understand this. I do want to add a few more things into the content. But I do want to understand what the hell is going on here. So underneath the video, we should have we have an H1. We have that, and we have this other stuff. So we should have like different sections, I think. This is going to change. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to change the format. Be something else to work with. So we want to add some other elements in here, and I think what we want inside of this thing is we want a different div with the ID of like items or something. So like features or something, or features or something along those lines. Perks, something. And inside of there, we'll have separate divs for each thing here. What we could do actually, what we actually might be able to do is to make a list item. So we'll do that when I come back, and then like you can change the list things, I think. List items. I'll be back in a minute. All right, so we're gonna add some stuff here. This is what I'm doing. Okay. And so we want this to be like inline block, I think. So I think that should be fine. Solving crossword puzzles, and then inside here is like oops. Oops. Okay, and then I think what we can do is we can shrink the center down so it's like 5R. I actually think it's okay like that. I think what I want to do is to reduce the size of the elements there. You know what? We need to, so for the header, since we have flex here, we want to align items as well to be centered. And there we go. That's cool. And that works for us as well. I think we just add 1 rem of padding then for that. And that should be good. Or even 1M of padding. Okay. Then what we can do for activity list, we can set the list style for it's going to be so we can do images, right? I wonder. So we can do different things. What I can do is before solve, we can add content into there. And that's going to be, problem is it's going to go before, it's going to have a, yeah. I think what we could do is we can then set the float as like a float left, I think. Then do position relative. Is that how we worked with it? Do puzzles, do that. Ha, okay. 2M, we're floating it to the left. We center it though. It almost works. 4M? 4M would kind of work there. Okay, and so what we can do, so for all these, we can do this. So what we'll do is we'll do activity list, direct siblings, of list items. And the font size is 4M. We want before. Right, there it is. Okay, and then that's what we can do. And then we can do yeah, and then that's going to be a blue sky. It's funny that it doesn't quite work out that way. So we want to have each of these list items from here an inline block. So we want this to be grid, display, flex, I think. There we go. Each item gets their own thing. We can also specify a little bit of spacing here. We can do a little bit of padding on the left or right, or we can also do positioning of relative and just move it to the left a little bit. Oof, it's too far. There we go. In the middle of a gunfight, in the middle of a restaurant. So what about vertical align? We can do as the baseline, I think. And what would it be otherwise? Yeah, I don't know what it's basing this off of. What about descender? Sub? Yeah, I think that might work. Okay, here we go in the ship posting. Ship posting? Okay, and so I think then we can change the sections now to be like activity list or something. So the video is there and we can do features. So let's do activities. The video there, how it works. Live stream. And then this can be, or we can do like support. We can do something like that. Add like support cards or something to that. At the bottom there. You can change the color of the text here. Dark. Okay. If I put that up there, it does the entire page. I don't necessarily love that, but I think that like what we might be able to do is then change the footer background. So we can change the footer background by we can go mid-light, I think. Yeah, there we go. So the footer, what we want is the footer to go 100% of the way across. Strange that we have a gap in the front though. We have padding to the right of 1 rem. So it doesn't necessarily fill up the entire thing. Well, that's interesting. Probably because there's a margin around the body, I bet. So we should probably remove the margin and the padding around those. There we go. And then go back down here and then we can add that padding back to the right side and we should be just fine. No? Looks weird. Okay, so I guess it's not padding we want, it's margin. Interesting. Interesting. We don't want the margin there. Maybe we just want to position it inside of there? But then that changes the... Interesting. Okay. So it's not that we're interested in, the footer. It's the content of the footer. So we'll do footer. All the siblings. Direct siblings will get a padding right of 1M. Now we have a little bit of space there. And space between for that is, if we get rid of that, does that affect anything? It doesn't look like it affects anything. That doesn't affect anything either. That's weird. Text decoration being none is fine. So all elements padding right of a little bit there. Maybe 2 elements there. Maybe just 1. Some gap in between. Okay. Okay, so I think this is just about good to go. Go down to live stream and go down to activities. Live stream takes us there. Live stream takes us down there. We can go to support. We can go to activities. We want to shrink this down. When we get down to, is it 480? It's a small one. We do that like 760 maybe. What's another breakpoint? Another good breakpoint. Oh God. Okay, so $480, I think. Mobile large. Let's do one for 480. But for things that are 480 and above, we'll do the nav bar or the header bar. Nav bar. So we'll show flex direction of column. We had no gap, I think. Space evenly was okay. Okay, but then if it's large enough. So I think what we'll do is we'll do this as font size being 1.5 M. And then that should work. I like that. And then what we'll do is we'll bring this down to the nav bar here. So when we get small enough here, it goes down to shrinking back down to there. So we have this little breakpoint there, which looks pretty good. We have activities live stream. It's always on the top. So we need to give a background of that, which will be interesting. So then when we're on a larger screen, than we have there. So we need to give a background for the header, for the nav bar, or for the header. For the header, we'll do a background for that. Let's put the padding up there. Display flex, always put that up there. The grid area is the header, display flex, and then position sticky, is that what we want? Align, and then that stuff. And then what I want to do, Tina Turner, 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 Tina Turner. Why does it go over top? There we go. That works better. So that works better when we're zoomed in. Okay. So that looks pretty good actually. So I think what we want to do is add some padding all around of these items. Where did we have padding? Padding on the right for every item there is correct, but we want padding on the inside to be 1M. And I'm okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm okay. I think for this one, box sizing, we want border box. Yeah, for this one, we want box sizing for border box. Birder boxes. Wait a minute, is that all good? That does look good. How did that end up looking good? Well, that ended up looking pretty good. Okay, so now footer we don't need. Although, wait a minute, nav footer. These are our link share. So weird. Weird. Okay. All right. So we're finished here. I'm happy with this. It's not the best, but you know, it's responsive to some of the changes. There are some things that I could make it a little bit better, make it look better on these breakpoints. Most of the stuff looks pretty good though. The video doesn't scale well, so that's a problem, but yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, we should probably have it scale with the, we should have that scale. So if I just put it to video 16:9, 100%. Now it scales with that, and it scales pretty nicely. Anything smaller than that, and it gets shrunk down. Okay. I wonder, because I think I just want max width. Then I want min width to be something. Min width to be 75. Max width to be 100. Okay. It's a weird thing. That's so odd. Okay. whatever. Okay, so I'm happy with this. I'm going to close this. It looks like we need to update rough again, because they are updating it twice a week, apparently. Let's see, we can close all this stuff down. So we didn't get to put like the stuff at the bottom there, and we should have some spacing between there, but you know, it's fine. It's fine for now. If we want to use this again in the future, we can futz around with some other stuff. So I'm going to exit out of here and close that down. And we do have our reference image on the other thing. Should I save this? Let me take a look at the whole thing because I might have messed some stuff up. I'm not entirely sure if I should save this or not. I don't think I'm gonna save it, actually. I'm gonna close without saving. And then, let's see. New way to check the status. There's some things I just gotta like erase the songs from. There we go. Okay. So here's what I'll do. At 0, we got that. So what I'll do is I'll take a screenshot of this guy. Should be that. Well, yes, that's it. That is it. That is the guy that we want here. Tis the guy. Tis the man who we want to work with this one. So we're going to move this further to the product landing page. So let's rename this one as MVP product page. Well, let's go MVP desktop, and then we'll do an MVP of the mobile. We'll move this one back over to product landing page, and we will rename it to MVP mobile. Okay, there's our mobile thing. So we can change this to be smaller. So let's make it a okay. We could even get rid of the sidebar stuff as well, like when we're on the mobile. I think that's what I could do. Default to have the no sidebars on the mobile, and then when you're on the yeah, we could do it that way. Yeah, there's other stuff that I could have done to this. But it works. It works for now. So, meet me over here to the chat. To the chat. Here we are. It's time to end the day. What have we learned? Let's bring in... wait a minute. That one from the product landing page. Styles from this. Index and styles. Index and styles. So that was the minimum stuff, which looks not impressive at all in, you know, context here. It actually looks better than my thing, though. I mean, I don't know. This looks okay, right? I don't know. There's a lot of work that we can do towards making it better. Not a huge fan of my like font. My font, my typefaces. Not a huge fan of the selection that I have here. But anyway, that's it for today. We didn't get it all done today. We didn't get to make our product landing page have any kind of pricing things on the bottom there or something. I think I was going to have some support links to support me at the Ko-fi and then also on Patreon and you know, Linktree. You can go to the Linktree. Yeah, so that's it for today. That was day 25. We are rolling along. We're going to be on day 26 on Friday, or Monday. Day 26 on Monday. It's been Juneteenth. So if you are celebrating, please have a great time. I am celebrating in my own way. Going to get my hair cut, and yeah, it's a great holiday, and it really shines light on the abuses of the past that this nation has been built on trauma. So it's a day to celebrate some relief from that trauma. So yeah, have a great weekend. We'll catch you back here on Monday for the last week of this free code camp responsive web design course, and we'll hopefully come away with it with a certification at the end of the week. Yeah, so not much more to say. I'll see you all on Monday, and thank you for watching. Thank you for coming along on this little thing that I'm doing here. So, thanks. I love you. Let's go.